Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and change makers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
with support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco. The event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Black Business Network, My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And I will be your business guest right now on the Black Business Network. I want to talk to you about more about what 5-Star BDM is all about. That's Brand Development Masters. And many of you, and I thank you all for tuning in to my show, tuning in to my podcast, and tuning in to my guest appearances on the Black Business Network, where I am blessed to always be able to bring to you for 4 hours, 8 a.m. to noon on Friday, that's Eastern time on Fridays, and also Saturday, where I will bring on my particular guest to talk about their business in the Black community and how they are making substantial change. And some of you is like, well, I'm not familiar with 5-Star BDM. Who, first of all, just got new offices in Omaha, Nebraska. That's right, in the smack dab in the middle of the United States is where we have now relocated our home office. Still have offices in Miami, Florida that I operated for about 28 years, and also in St. Croix, the Virgin Islands. And all of this is done strategically and tactfully to bring together an ecosystem of Black businesses throughout the United States, as well as the archipelago and the Caribbean islands and into the African nations, and then worldwide, as we'll talk about a little bit later. So when we talk about 5-Star BDM, what is that all about? I first want to start with what we call my origin story, right? How did this begin? Now, I've got 25 years of experience in information technology, and I've worked for some very, very large Fortune 500 companies during that time, like Avaya and Cisco and Lumen, which at the time was called CenturyLink. This is where I learned very high-tech enterprise technology for systems throughout the world. Then I got into healthcare about 10 years ago as a vertical to help the healthcare industry with new technology innovations. And I learned a lot about infrastructure from the ground up. So people hear about cloud computing up here, but actually it's very terrestrial. It really starts at the ground level when we're talking about cloud computing and what it's all about. You've got to have data centers, and those data centers need to be linked. They need to operate at maximum capacity to be able to distribute networks just like this in real time. So back about, I'm going to say the year was 2019, because I'm going through an opportunity for myself working for another large company called Zones and presenting them an entire slew of services. I had about 200 different products and services that I was familiar with and I could bring to the table for hospital systems, integrated delivery systems they call IDNs, or you have healthcare clinics and the like, medical systems, things of that nature, to begin to help them on their technology journey. But our company went through a downturn in about 2019. And during that time, even before that, I was branding myself. I mean, I was putting myself out there, specifically on social media, on LinkedIn, to tell my story so people will become more familiar with me. And then when I would then interact, or I would send them an email or give them a phone call, they kind of knew who I was. Well, people like that. They like to say, hey, Grant, you really built a brand for yourself, and we know who you are when you knock on our door. This was good. But I didn't really realize the value of that until 2019. And the reason was, that's when I went through a layoff. And in October of 2019, because of downturn in business, they got rid of the entire division. So my healthcare division that I had worked for, healthcare and technology, was now gone, right? And I had to really do some introspection about who I was and what I was going to do moving forward. Now, in the past, I've been doing this for, like I said, 28, 25 years, a long time. Never gone through any long periods of layoff. Usually the phone was ringing, people were recruiting me, they wanted me to work for them and that kind of thing. Well, that was slowing down. Now, this is right before COVID. And I said, I'm getting kind of older in my life. I need to start thinking about my future. And I can't be starting all over again, or be dependent on another company's P&L, their books and their revenues and what they're doing. I can start thinking, how am I going to take the skills and the tools and what I've learned over time and make them into a business? And I really was thinking about this. And I went to a conference for this was the National Association of Health Services Executives, strictly for Black healthcare executives throughout the nation. And I had been a part of this association for a number of years. And people started coming to me and say, hey, I understand you're a free agent. I can't hire you full time. And these are people that called on healthcare systems, but they didn't have a presence in South Florida that I had built out. So why don't we hire you as a consultant for you to then bring us into your book of business or your created network that you already have built out? And that is when the light bulb went off for me. It's, hey, I have built out a presence. I have built out what most people think is the hardest thing to do, an audience of potential clients. I already have them. What I needed was a product or service to then offer that particular audience to create opportunities, to create a business, right? So I had to think about, what is the big problem that I solve? What can I bring to the table? How can I elevate someone else in what they're doing? Now, I didn't want to get into high ticket, information technology solutions, because that's really large. Some of these are 5, 6, 7 figures. I don't want to carry that on my books, but I could help businesses accelerate through my understanding of business, my understanding of healthcare, and my understanding of how to gain capital access in acquiring technology for use. So I started thinking about, how can we integrate some of these things? How can we use the branding, the branding that I had, meaning the reputation that I had, and begin to utilize that for opportunities for businesses that did not have the same recognition in the marketplace. So I started to understand the problem that I could solve, the limited access that other companies had in the market that I already had created, right? And they were woefully underserved. I didn't understand what that could look like. And there's a lot of fragmented solutions out there. So I started to really think through what these problems were. So when you want to start a business, you have to first understand, what is the big problem that you solve? And as I started to get a little bit more training around that, it's not just the big problem, it's the financial problem that you solve. If what you're doing is not solving at least a $10,000 problem, most people will just keep scrolling past you, right? Because the problem that you're solving is not big enough for them to stop, pay attention, and begin to evaluate this type of solution that you could potentially bring to their table to solve this expensive problem that they have, right? You have to do your due diligence in understanding truly what you are doing and how you're solving that equation that equates for at least 10K or more in potential savings for them to engage with you. And that's all in, that's profit, right? What does that look like? So for me, in the information technology space, and understanding how you can get better efficiencies, better operational efficiencies, and to improve your delivery of goods and services, I thought I could do that, right? I can bring you to an opportunity within my audience that's going to solve for them at least a $10,000 problem. Of course, I would be then paid handsomely for doing that type of thing, right? And that became the basis of 5-Star BDM. First started out as business development manager, because that was my title. back in 2019. And then I started to change that to brand development master because it expanded my scope, it expanded what I was doing, right? Because I understood branding, marketing, sales, technology within a specific vertical of healthcare in which I was seen as an expert in. And that's when another, I would say, light bulb went off. Personal branding. What does that mean? What is your personal brand separated from the business brand, right? Right? In today's world, you need to have a strong personal brand. And that means a strong personal story. People like doing business with people that they know, they like, and they trust, right? And they don't always trust, just because you throw a logo out there. Well, what is that? There's no pulse, there's no magic to that, right? But if they see a face behind it, they begin to know, like, ooh, wow, that's Grant McGaw behind 5-Star BDM. That is starting to become something I'm interested in because I know what he does, and I'm beginning to know why he does it. People, and especially if someone's going to invest in your business, they prioritize founders that have a strong personal brand, a strong personal story, a strong why to what they do, right? Leadership is in your personal brand. And then what you're bringing to the table is your product or service, solving for them, again, that $10,000 problem that they have, right? You need to uncover what that is. So you have to establish your credibility and immediately understand what their problem is. And when you demonstrate understanding, remember, you haven't pulled out your product, you haven't pulled out your service, you've just pulled out your brand, and you want to then understand their problem, understand what's making up that $10,000 problem or more, right? What does that look like? And then after you define that, and your client is even greatly more define that for you, you can then start talking about solutions. You need to understand the market opportunity that's in front of you and what can you bring to the table to truly solve and liquidate that problem, and then accelerate even beyond that. So they see you now as that trusted advisor. That's the category you want to be in. A lot of people, they say, well, when I do business development or sales, no one likes doing sales. And I tell them, so I don't truly understand that. Because if you're really doing sales, without sales, nothing transacts. There's no business without sales. So when you tell me that you don't like sales, that you're telling me you don't like business, right? Because that is the business. You have to sell your product, services to someone else to have a transformation take place. How are you going to help them, right? And you lead with those things. And then most people love helping someone else with a problem. That's what selling really is. You're helping someone else out that has a problem, and you have a solution for them. There's nothing wrong with that. What people don't like, this is where sales gets a negative connotation. When someone approaches you with a product or service that you have absolutely no need for, right? Let's just say you've got a fairly good car, you're driving down the road or whatever, and then maybe somebody's calling you up on the phone and saying, hey, you know what? I got a sale on a brand new car. You need to come in and look at it. Well, if you already have a car, you have zero interest in that. And then if they keep sending you emails about it, keep calling you on the phone about it, and they keep pestering you about it, you just become frustrated with them. And this is the type of thing that gives sales a bad name because there's misalignment of values, right? Because you're starting off with you're pushing solutions at someone who has never demonstrated a problem. They don't have a problem. In that case, there is no $10,000 problem. There's no problem with what they're doing right now. The car is perfectly fine. Maybe in the future, but right now, that's not really an issue. We're going to keep going. But if you keep pushing at them, they're going to begin to get turned off by you. You need to have alignment in your sales process and understanding what you're doing. I always start with personal branding. Why is that? Because I'm using social media to put my value out in a visible format, so people can kind of see what it is that I'm doing and who I am helping in this process. A lot of times, as you start to see now in like in my podcast, is that I will bring on guests that I will ask them, how did you feel about the Brave Blueprint strategy that I just took you through? And they will tell you what it is in real time. You know, if that is a video testimonial that was impromptu, it's not scripted, and they just tell you exactly what it is. It's powerful because people see it, especially if they had a similar problem. Like, hey, he solved that problem for them, whether it was for career development, business development, what it may be, he helped them. Wow, I wonder if he can help me. I wonder how does he help them? He helps them with a blueprint strategy, which is a step-by-step project. He helps them with understanding how to utilize AI tools. He understands media visibility. He understands financial strategy, right? Because five-star BDM operates in three different levels: personal branding, business development, and then also investment banking at the higher level. Once you reach a certain goal attainment, a lot of companies, they'll start looking at, I need a capital raise because I need to roll out a new service, right? And I'm already a multi-million-dollar business, but I need to get to that next level. And in order to get that, I need a capital infusement, right? We help you do that, capital raise, right? When it comes to, you know what, I need to bring in another strategic partner to help me to either do a majority, you know, when I'm selling parts of the company as the majority, or I'm going to take a minority stake, and I want someone else to help me in that respect. That's M&A work. That's mergers and acquisition. When you get to a certain level, you're operating in a seven-figure world, eight-figure world. These are the things you start thinking about, and you start thinking about your exit strategy. Is it time to sell the business, right? And how do I get there? You can't just usually just, you know what, I'm just going to sell the business and that's it. It's a process that you go through. You start to make that determination. This is something I do want to do. And you know it's going to be usually a 1 to 2 to 3 year journey until you finally get to the point of selling the business. These are things you start thinking through. So when you start thinking about five-star BDM, and when you start thinking about consultancy and a premium advisory service that I offer, I want you to start thinking about frameworks. He actually has a Brave Blueprint framework that he has, and that he can either, I'm starting to do this now in Miami, and also I'll be doing this in Korea, where I can license that particular framework out that you can utilize it, right? So you can be a brand ambassador for the Brave Blueprint strategy. We start looking at reoccurring subscription models, right? So all the different things that I'm doing that you can then take advantage of, that's going to give you more knowledge, more experience, and more opportunity to expand your market. You start looking at, you know what? I want to do something similar to what Grant's doing, what he did with his podcast and his TV series, and how he's creating revenue that way. So it's media monetization. What does that look like? And all that wraps into all that I do. It's very important to have an understanding of what you do and the market you penetrate. And in my particular case, I operate in about a $200 billion global market. It's pretty big, you know, $200 billion, right? And it has a growth rate. You know, what is the growth rate? They call the CAGR, or the CAGR of that. It's about 10%. You know, so you got $200 billion market, you have a $20 billion growth rate, right? And those three big sectors that I talk about. A lot of that is small business owners like yourselves. It could be in healthcare. It could also be a minority owner. And I like working with people that need to have a better understanding of what they can do and how they do it, right? Because I've already been down that road. So when you start looking at healthcare, you start looking at technology, you start looking at finance, all these things, I have a pretty good domain expertise in, and that I can bring in a group of experts if needed in what that is. So a lot of my clientele that I work with on a daily basis, they can deliver AI solutions. They build this every single day, right? That's what I work with, Agile InfoWaves. They are a 200-person business, have been in international markets for the last 19 years. They have offices here in Miami, Florida, as well as Dallas, Texas, and then also in India. I can do anything from artificial intelligence to machine learning to agentic AI solutions, custom-made software engineering. I can do all of those things, right? When it comes to the finance world, I work with Cornhusker Capital, right? I am the subject matter expert in technology for Cornhusker Capital when you start looking at the lower middle market and when you start looking at M&A activity, as I described a little earlier, when you need a capital raise or you start looking at an exit strategy. I have that technical lens that I bring to the table. People, again, like working with people that understand their business. That is what I do. Then I have massive relationships in healthcare, whether it's the National Association of Health Service Executives, whether it's HIMSS, which is the Health Informatics System Society. I also work at groups like ICABE, ICABE for Black Enterprise, and of course with the Black Business Network, because I am here to help people to execute their strategies and their tactics to grow exponentially throughout the world. That's what I would love to see happen. And I do that by bringing relationships that you don't have to the table, right? And that's where we have major competitive advantage. There's a lot of different companies that may offer personal brand coaching. They may have AI, or someone else might have AI branding tools. Another one may have, a boutique investment firm. Nobody has all those three together. That is my uniqueness in what I bring to the table. This is very, very important. You need to understand how you're unique, how you are different, what are you bringing to the table, and does that bring traction to a business, right? Instead of looking at, and I talk to a lot of them, a lot of times it's like, what's your biggest problem? Sales, marketing. I'm just not visible in the market that I'm looking to influence. Then you say, well, how are you doing it today? And you kind of go through those scenarios. And then that's how we say, this is how I can help you, right? That's from a personal branding perspective and also a business development. Sometimes the business is just not right sized, or it's just not optimum in its operations and what it's trying to accomplish, right? So we need to take a look at that and how do we get you to a point where you have actual assets, intellectual property, domain expertise, things that an investor community is going to be interested in. So you get out of the commoditized zone and you become a valuable resource for someone else. It takes you to the next level of investment banking. What do they look at? These are the things that they're going to be looking at, right? If you get to a point where you want to sell your business or you need money to operate your business at a higher level, or you're looking to bring in a strategic partner, they're going to be looking at all these different things, what makes up the revenue model that you truly have, and is it sustainable? Is it something that is has monthly recurring revenue, if possible, right? You start looking at those things, and if you don't have it today, you start to develop those things, right? I start to help you, like, well, let's see how we can develop a model that's going to be attractive to a buyer. What does that look like in the future? You don't do it immediately right now, but you start building up to these points, right? So you start building up your brand, you start building up your business, then you start building on your investment portfolio that makes you more attractive to these particular markets, and that is going to make you sustainable, right? It's very, very important to be able to do that. We want to start looking at what you have for success metrics. How does that story get told? What are your case studies in the framework that you're doing? What are the challenges that you've had? Do you have a media strategy? What does it look like, right? All right. What is the solutions embedded in that media strategy? What are the results that they got back? And then do you have just a slew of client feedback? Anybody will tell you that my solution is the best. That is not, that's such a worn out slogan that everybody expects you to be it. No one's going to sit there like, you know what, I'm kind of at the bottom. I kind of suck, but I can help you. Like, nobody's going to say that. Everybody says that they're best, but how do you prove that? What's your proven factors that you're the best? Do you have any kind of intellectual property or governance strategy or something that says how you are truly better than someone else? Is it trademarked, right? Is it copyrighted, right? Is it something that's tangible that can be traded in the world of commerce? You start thinking about these things, right? A lot of people have AI tools. Maybe it's your use of your AI tool that's unique in how you do things. All these things are very important as you start to understand, your assets and what true assets truly look like. So as you're listening to me, you're starting to understand what I call my brave framework. You have to have a brand identity. You've got to do your research, right? You have to understand assets. What are your assets? And then you have to understand, is it visible? Is it visible to someone else, or is it visible to the target audience that you're looking to influence? It's very, very important. And then how are you executing on that strategy? It's one thing to say these things, but is it demonstratable? You know, investors don't buy pitch decks. I had this conversation with another gentleman about a month ago. It's like everybody wants to come out with this slick, pitch deck that kind of puts out the challenges and solutions and what you're putting together. That is not why somebody's going to buy your business. A person's going to invest in your business, or someone's going to do business with you. It's nice that you articulated what you're doing, but that's not the reason why. They need to understand your competitive advantage. They need to understand the financial overview. They need to understand the use of funds, and it has to make absolute sense. And they need to understand that this is a solid investment opportunity with very low risk and has a maximum return that is quantifiable. Anybody can say to you, like, I got a $2 million company. I'm going to grow it to $10 million. Like, well, that's great. How are you going to get there? What is the strategic blueprint that you can articulate to me with a pretty certain, ideal certainty that you're going to get there, that I can believe in? Remember, I got to believe in that. Your investor pool, whoever is investing in you, it's got to believe in that. If someone's going to do business with you, someone's going to buy your product and service, they have to believe in it. And you have to demonstrate that belief, right? You can't, willy-nilly about it. It's like, show me the truth. This is with the people from Missouri. Show me. That's the show me straight. You got to show people what that looks like, right? You got to understand your finances and your projections at a glance that will get you to that level of belief in the people that you're looking for, right? So if you're looking to raise capital, you've got to break those things down into categories: product development, your go-to-market strategy, your brand expansion, your team hiring, because your team, no one can overstate the power of a team, because you're bringing human capital to the table. They need to understand that the human capital is going to stay there. They invest this money into you, right? How are you going to maintain that advantage that you have? So you have to understand your human capital, understand your working capital, what the reserves that you have in mind, all these things. Like, wow, I didn't know 5-Star BDM got involved in all of this. I thought he was just this brand guy, this is personal brand. So that's just the beginning, because you got to begin. But the ultimate ending is to get into this investment banking model that your company has value, that is worth something to someone else, that's demonstratable, that's quantifiable, that can be acquired, or you start thinking about acquiring a business, right? You're the one to say, you know what? I need to open up offices in other cities and franchise my model out, right? So you got to start thinking through these things, start looking at that, because it's a lot easier to buy a business that's already operated at a certain revenue level that you could potentially acquire, right, and grow, than trying to start it from scratch, because it takes time to do these things. And you start to measure time. What is the measurement of time and money in real life? What does that look like? So you start looking at that. Is it easier for me to make a certain amount of investment and buy that company, or did I take that same cash and try to develop that company over time? Say, wow. And if your goal is to say it was, I need a $5 million business operating in 3 years, you start thinking, what's the quickest way for me to get there, right? So you start thinking about, do they have licenses? Is there a monthly recurring revenue model there? Have they already been acquired before? Do they understand? I mean, this is if you're going to buy this company. At the same time, somebody's looking at you the exact same way. So you start to understand your milestones and your roadmap over time and what that's going to look like. And that's going to help you to maintain a consistency in what you're doing. You have a strategy and a roadmap and an understanding of where you're going, and you're not willy-nilly. You're not just, here we are now going into June. This will be the last month of June, right? So Q1 and Q2 will be in the books. Q3 and Q4 will be in there. You should know what you're going to be looking like. And then that's just the next 6 months. What are you going to look like not only 6 months, but also in 1 year, within 3 years, within 5 years. And this is what senior leaders do. And a lot of times, salespeople don't understand what senior leaders are looking at. These guys typically aren't operating in the present. They're operating in the future. They're creating the future that we're going to experience. Like right now, here it is, 2025, right, in late May, and this particular present was someone else's future, probably 4 or 5 months ago, or 6 months ago, right? And that's why you want to get into forecasting. How can you accurately forecast your business to be at a certain revenue point, right? And that is very predictable. Let's say you want your business to operate like this. Let's say you're starting out in Omaha, Nebraska, right? And it's going to be 1,500 miles to Miami, Florida. Now you understand the resources that you're going to need to get there if you're driving by car. It's going to cost X amount, and it's going to take X amount of time to get there. And with a great deal of certainty, if I have the resources, to invest in my vehicle, to make sure my car is at an operational level that it can get there, that it has enough resources to get there, it has the direction to get there, and then with a great deal of certainty, I will get there. There's always going to be some tailwinds, and then what we call headwinds. Things are going to come across, that you didn't know. Like, oh wow, I had a flat tire, or this or that happened, and then I've got to have resources. Those are your reserves to then reinvest in your vehicle to get it back on track, get it down to Miami, Florida in the time that you're looking at. I needed to get there at, let's say if I started out today and I was driving, I'm going to probably be there, in 2 to 3 days. You want your business like that. So, if you're operating a certain revenue point today and you wanted to operate at a different revenue and profit in the future, you need to understand how you're going to get there and the investments you need to make to make that happen. All this is very important. I wanted to give you that overview of what 5-Star BDM does from a personal brand perspective, a business development perspective, and an investment banking perspective, because they all work together to create a multi-million-dollar business that each one, whether you're in the lower middle market or not, can benefit from. So, you know what? I like how he does personal branding. I want to take advantage of that. And I said, great. And can we get that to a career development model? Because there's a purpose to the personal brand, right? For my lens, what is that purpose? The purpose is usually career development. I want to scale higher, or it's business development. I want to scale higher, right? And then business development really is, how do we scale the business, and where are our roadblocks? What do we need to invest in order to get to our next level, which would be, again, investment banking. Why is that important? I need a capital raise to get to where I want to go, right? I need a strategic partnership to come in to get me to where I want to go. Or, it's time to sell the business. So I need to put myself in a position to make the business the most attractive, to get the most valuation for the business, or so that it can be acquired at the higher level, and I achieve my goal. All this is important for you to understand. So I wanted to bring all that to the table today so we can begin to move forward as a community and understanding what 5-Star BDM does. And if any of this resonates with you, if you're looking to brand yourself, you're looking to develop your business at a higher level, you're looking to scale, you're looking to acquire assets for your business. These are the things I want you to talk to me about. Let's get you on track to reach your desired state. This is so, so important. So again, I want to thank the Black Business Network for having me on. I will be here for the next 3 to 4 hours, and I'll be back even here tomorrow on Saturday to talk about some of these things and bring on Black business entrepreneurs that are here in our society that can bring a lot to the table. And again, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college for K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund and help students to achieve their dreams. Now, special thanks to the Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2025, and they include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, 5-Star BDM, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-Star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
In today's world, everyone has a platform, but few have a voice that truly resonates. Standing out isn't just optional, it's imperative for survival. Through years of guiding industry leaders, I've discovered what truly sets exceptional professionals apart. Today, I'm sharing a framework that's transforming careers and opening doors to unprecedented opportunities. Your digital footprint is more than just a resume. It's your stage for thought leadership. Think of your online presence as a beacon of expertise. Every post, every comment, every share should demonstrate not just what you know, but how you think. Engage with content, speak at conferences, and let your digital authority shine. Forget collecting connections. Focus on cultivating relationships that matter. It's not about how many people you know. It's about the depth and quality of those connections. Engage in meaningful professional interactions, participate in collaborative meetings, and form strategic partnerships that can propel your career forward. Your journey is unique, and your story should be too. Share not just your successes, but your insights. Your audience craves authenticity, not perfection. Create engaging content, watch your engagement metrics rise, and see how your audience reacts to your genuine storytelling. In an era of uncertainty, trust is your greatest currency. Build it through consistency, maintain it through transparency, and grow it through results. Engage in professional interactions, hold client meetings, and celebrate successes to reinforce trust with your audience. The only constant is change. Make it your competitive advantage. Stay ahead by staying curious. Your greatest asset is your ability to adapt and grow. Embrace learning moments, develop new skills, and celebrate achievements as you evolve. These aren't just strategies. They're the building blocks of a legacy that will open doors and shape industries. In 2025's hyper...
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course. and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Black Business Network. I am your host, Grant McGaw, and I want to bring up to the stage right now Troy Oglesby. He is a visionary tech entrepreneur, a creative powerhouse, and an emerging force in digital media. And he is the CEO of Off the Lease Games LLC. He has been redefining innovation at the intersection of gaming, app development, AI, and storytelling. And he is also the founder of Real Ones Only LLC, where creativity meets code to produce original, culturally driven content and immersive digital experiences. And with a sharp eye for opportunity and passion for next generation technology, Troy leads a multidisciplinary team that specializes in game development, animation, mobile apps, screenwriting, and AI-powered solution. And he's a proud member of Forbes BLK, and he is on a mission to push creative and cultural boundaries. So I'd like to bring him to the stage. Troy, how you doing today?
I'm good, Mr. Grant. How you doing, sir?
I am good. I'm glad we're having this discussion. First of all, I've been knowing you for the last, over a year, maybe it's 2 years now. I'm not even sure. We've done some work together. You brought me some people I would never met, probably this lifetime, like Crocodile Cam. What a beautiful guy. If anybody's ever seen my show, they got to go and do a search on Crocodile Cam and the Follow Brand podcast. You're going to see this gentleman with this, maybe it was a 10-foot long anaconda snake, and it was wonderful. But that's your friend, right, Troy? Tell us a little bit more about your work.
So thank you for the introduction, Mr. Grant. I am a software developer. I've been doing it for over 5 years now. I'm very passionate when it comes to tech. AI is definitely changing every single day. So it's very hard to stay up to date on the new tools that are being used. But it's very fun to keep ahead of it, because when you add the creativity to it, you think of different projects that you can use the tools for. So that keeps you going. Same as you, when you find a new guest like Cam that's out of this world. He's an outlier. He's crazy with a 10-foot snake. And those kind of situations show you that, even though these tools are always changing and you have to learn it, it makes it more fun once you realize that there's different parts of it that you started with, like your passion. So
absolutely. And what you said is so important. It's the use of technology, how you can use it, amplify messages, how we can bring this bigger world into really a smaller framework that we can understand and interact with people we probably never would have in certain ways. Some people are scared of AI, like, hey, it's going to replace my job and all this other stuff. I said, it's going to change things, no doubt. But they can change things for the better if you first immerse yourselves in these tools
Right.
and how you can utilize them to create a different future for yourself. So tell me more about off the lease games. When I hear that, I get all kinds of images, but I want you to give us some clarity around that.
So our logo is actually like a dog collar, like with spikes, and it's attached to nothing but air, and that's where we got it from. Off the leash games. We wanted to, exemplify off the hook or off the chain. Like, we wanted it to show that we are in the tech industry, but we're in different types of markets. We're in the game market, we're in the app market, websites, animation, AI, and we're a whole team of young entrepreneurs that just came together with an idea to, like, hey, why don't we just take over the industry? why don't we like brainstorm together? You have this idea, I have this idea. Those two can match. Why don't we do it together with our teams? And it was really great putting it all together. It took a lot of time to, weed out who belongs and who doesn't, who wants to put in work and who doesn't, who sees the vision and who doesn't, because, you're not going to win without any adversity first. And some people, they don't want to go through those trials before the tribulations. And it's very tough to cut those losses, but you have to do what you have to do in this business, as you know. So definitely made some changes in the roster over the years, but it's been definitely worth it up to this point. I have a great team around me.
You do have a great team. I've been introduced to some of your team.
Yep.
And they're just distributed all over. You got some people over on the African continent.
Yep.
Now you yourself, you're in North Carolina?
I'm in Delaware.
Okay. I thought you had another partner.
Cam is
That's
in
right. That's right.
Yeah,
I have to bring that up, because the Black Business Network is centered in Raleigh, North Carolina, Raleigh, Durham.
He's not that far. He's not that far at all. He's in Shelby.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it comes to your passion and what you're doing, give us your vision. Now, you say, hey, we're going to take the world by storm. We look like you've got the digital world kind of on lock. I mean, you've got all these different apps. You understand the mobile compute. You understand the desktop compute. You know where this industry is going, the digital currency, e-commerce, things that you're doing as far as creating digital assets for other individuals. You also do events. I mean, I could go on and on and on. These are things I know about. But if you were going to explain yourself to a business owner, you said, hey, Troy, I need help. My marketing is horrifying. What would you tell them?
I would tell them that I need to audit their business. I need to audit their market. I need to ask them questions on their goals. If they have an exit plan, how close they are to that exit plan, whether it's 5 years down the line, 3 years, 10 years, whatever it has to be. I ask them the questions to meet their parameters. I get their vision written down. I take time, usually 3 to 5 days, to come up with a full strategy that will last them yearly and the amount of goals that they should reach by each quarter. And then I will present that to them in a Google Docs file. I will show them a wireframe of what their website should match that goal. And I can show them a wireframe of an app that I can create for them as well that will also help amplify their business. And once I present all of those, come with a custom quote, tell them how it goes, and we'll just go from there. That's how I would put together a vision for them.
Man, see, I love how you said that. You from soup to nuts about what you're going to do for them and what they're going to gain from that. Now, I got to ask you this because I know I run across this all the time. So you know what you need as far as information from the business in order to be able to produce the result that they're looking for. What are the common challenges that you get from these businesses? So I want to prepare our audience like, hey, don't engage Troy if you don't have this, and this, because he's going to need this, and this.
Right.
What would you say?
I would say, Mr. Grant, a lot of times when people ask for websites or apps, they don't ever do the research to see the average pricing that comes with those. And more annoying is the average timing of development. It's like they expect things to be done in a couple of days. Like with AI, it confuses people that aren't into the tech world into thinking that you don't have to control it still. Like you don't have to know what prompts to put into the tools to give exactly what you want. You still have to know all of that. And even when the AI does those projects for you, you still have to do the maintenance. You still have to do the debugging. You still have to input certain things that the AI doesn't know because it can't read your mind. It is literally just a tool. I feel like people confuse it with a human. A human can control AI. AI can't control a human.
Right.
And there's bots being made in Japan. There's 59 warehouse robots that have killed people in Japan.
Wow.
Because they have their own mind now. And people still need to control them so stuff like that doesn't happen. You have to control your AI so it doesn't take control of your computer. So I feel like some people, they think, well, can you get it done by next Friday? And I just told them that it takes 3 to 5 weeks. like, and then they expect the same amount of cost. That's an average timing and average pricing.
Right.
It's the stuff like that. Please come aware if you contact me. That's all I ask. I don't ask for too much. Just please come at least a little bit knowledgeable of how long it takes to develop those type of innovative solutions. And please look at the average pricing in the market because we do fair pricing. I'm actually a little below average pricing. So that's why I'm trying to work with people because I know how hard it is for small businesses and mid-sized businesses to come up with that type of funding out of nowhere. So I even do payment plans to work with people. So
I like to hear it, man. What you said there, and I want the audience to truly understand. First of all, a human has to control AI.
Right.
AI cannot control, or it could if you allow it to control the humans. Like, no. And I've been in information technology a very long time. And that part right there is like, you know, that's like, I know certain self-driving cars might be okay. I haven't tried it myself, but certain things you just can't let a computer just run rapid on doing certain things because you get some results, but it's not what you want. Just like right now, most image generators, they're horrible at spelling. I mean, horrible. It's almost impossible. It's very hard to get the exact spelling because it's a different engine. Like say, generative AI spells great, but the way that it makes images is different from how it generates content or written content. It's two different platforms, really, and they kind of merge them into one in ChatGPT, whether you're using a Sora, say for video, or if you're looking for the image generator, and then actually generative AI. In the back end, these are separate algorithms, if you want to call it, programming applications that are coming together. And that's why you say, wow, how come the thing can't spell? Or I was just talking to a financial IT guru and understanding even quantum computer. Everybody's like, quantum, this big thing. Well, guess what? Quantum has a it's very difficult for it to do simple arithmetic. You're like, wow, what do you mean? I mean, simple arithmetic, because it's not built. That's not what
it's not what it's built for. That's not the model, the language that it knows.
Right. So it's, you have to understand how these tools work, and that's going to be the next generation job opportunities, which you are in. You know how to operate these AI engines to create the kind of applications that actually elevate a person's business. And I love how you also said, what are you doing now and where do you want to go? If you can at least articulate that, and then you let them know, and like you said, building a website, you know what? If you were just going to throw some code, they got these website generators, and they'll generate something with you within 5 minutes, but it ain't market ready. Guaranteed it's not market ready. It's still a lot of information that you've got to put in it. It might be able to give you a template of sorts, but to put in your company information, your employees, some of the other aspects to imagery that takes place in the website. It has to take place. So I agree with you that you need to educate your client, understand the pricing. So this is industry. Now, just like you go out and get a car today, the average car is $35,000, right? That's what it is for a brand new car, right? So you want a brand new website. The average price for a brand new website is usually around $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000, depending on what it is, because you need it to last. I would figure for, I don't know, 3 years. Let's say, so without a rebrand, you might be able to do 3, and that's another thing, right? People say, "Oh, I'm done with the website. I don't need you anymore." But you tell them about the life cycle of a website.
I still have to do maintenance. I still have to do debugging. And if you want SEO to get you at the top of the results page, then that takes a lot more work as well, because you have to stay up to date with the keywords of your market. So you have to always be knowledgeable of Google Trends on what words are people searching the most in your market. And I have to do that research for you daily. Or I could have it automated through a system that I would have to build that you don't feel like building. So it's always something that you're going to need a developer for, regardless of how much they want to leverage AI into thinking that they don't need anyone else. It will not work out.
Not even close to where, again, if you own a website, I'm saying a lot of people out there are like, I have a website. Once you have the animal in your house, right, and you understand it can get out of control very easily. Sometimes these plugins that you were utilizing, they're not up to code. They start screwing up your imagery. You don't even know what's happened. Why is this like it is? So you have to keep a developer on retainer. That would be my first tip I would tell anyone. Even if you got to develop, someone delivered to you a working website, it was fine. You need to have that particular individual or someone on retainer that can help you, especially because you have so much now business. If you look at the top 10 businesses in the world, you're going to see your Amazons, your eBay. They are operating on these digital platforms. Guess what? If that thing goes down, they out of business. We're talking multi-million dollars. So you got to look at their own business, right?
Right. They cannot crash at all, because the scalability, they need a developer, like you said, on retainer, because if they're not able to continue scaling, then eventually it will crash, like you said, and they're going to lose out on millions and billions of dollars.
Yeah. So tell me more about mobile app development. I see people like dip into this. It's a process and a different animal than website development. Talk to me about that.
So the difference is app development takes more time because it's very meticulous with it has more demands than a website does. A website, most of the time, I would say most clients for websites are usually just display websites that don't really have to do too much except for having people know exactly the About Us page, the Contact Us, being able to be searched and be at the top of the results, stuff like that, lead to their social media links. Not complex at all. But apps, like you said, it's a different animal. People want flash, they want animation, they want effects, they want this app to be able to have even like icons of characters that they want that show them exactly what to do with motion, which needs animation, which is another project inside of that project. A website doesn't usually need all of that. Apps usually have more back-end code because of the amount of features that comes with it. Like people want their front end to look a certain way. They want each feature on their front end to have movement most of the time and lead to other movements. So it's very difficult to finish an app in a short amount of time that people think takes a couple of weeks. And sometimes if a template is already made and it's a very simple app, it could be tested in a couple of weeks, but it won't be completely finished. It will need a couple of months for sure. We cut it down to 1 to 2 months, which is above average as well. So that's where I take pride in as well. I think app development is probably the most fun to me because there's so many industries that need apps that because the apps that are popular in a lot of markets have a lot of issues. So there's a lot of pros and cons that can be met or defeated because the developers that made them, they made so much money off of them, they don't see the need to make any changes anymore. They see reviews that are good, focus on them. They see reviews that are bad, they respond to them through their bots or through their customer service, but they don't ever actually change it. They just tell the customer we'll handle it. But they're billionaires now. They don't care. They'll sell the app by tomorrow. They don't.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's opportunities for young developers like me, just trying to work our way up in the field and embark on new journeys to think of ideas, look at market analysis, and see where we can fit in, and just go with that.
No, I love it, man. App development is still a lucrative field. And there's so many different things that you can do now. A lot of people don't understand the process of you just kind of talked a little bit about just developing the app, but getting the app into the store like Google and Apple to get access to your app. There's a whole nother animal by itself. Talk to us about that process.
So once you're finished the app, what you have to do is basically convert it to a file type that fits those platforms' guidelines. So like the Apple Store and Google Play, they each have different guidelines. So different apps can go on each one. So what you would want to do is make sure that your app fits those guidelines, see what file and what file size that those platforms are looking for so that you're able to export it to those. Well, you have to have an account. So you export it to your Apple developer account or you export it to your Google Play account. And then from there, since you have an account, and Apple is $99 a year and Google Play is $25 a year. So once you export those apps to each one, because it has to convert to the file size and file type of each platform. Once you do that, you have it under your account. You can upload it to the Google Play Store after you pay and upload it to the Apple Store after you pay.
That's it. And then you also have to get testing, because I went through this. Like, you got to get at least 20 people to then test the app.
You have to have case studies. You have to have case studies first, because if you don't, you upload an app that doesn't look the way you want, it doesn't function the way you want, and now strangers are already seeing it and counting you out and telling their friends, look at this. You didn't even get a chance. So it's very important, like you said, to have people test it first.
Yeah, you got to get it tested. I think Google makes you test. You got to get 20 positive reviews of your beta test in order for them to even put it out on their store to make it accessible to the general public for them to utilize it. But so you took us through website, you've taken us through mobile app development. I wanted to ask you, we've got a few minutes left.
Yeah.
Because the buzz was a couple of years back was metaverse, virtual world development, which is an explosive three-dimensional reality.
Yep.
Is that still something that is in demand, or has it gone away, or do you see it coming back?
I think it's in demand still. I really do. Because the Alien movie, when that came out, it did so good that people started even buying the game. But the game sales didn't match the movie sales. But it wasn't because of the game being bad. It was because of the marketing.
Yeah.
It was because of the marketing. It was that simple. I hate to say it, but this is the truth, that my team and I actually met with Servio's marketing team that made Alien. And their marketing team was disorganized, because we actually did an audit of our own and found out they were buying likes. They were buying followers.
Yeah.
They were buying viewership. They were not promoting the game as much as the Alien movie was getting projection. So the reason the game did not do as good is because they depended on the movie sales, and it led to them wasting the budget and flopping the game.
Wow.
They had a whole new department by the time that game flopped. So the person that we met that worked there was no longer there by the time the game flopped. Because they saw the movie made a couple $1 billion. And now they're seeing the game could barely even, double what they put in. So now it's like, okay, you're fired. So it's very important. Marketing is very important. And AR and VR is still popular and in demand, like you said. And as long as you market it right, especially with those type of resources, there's no way that you should not be successful in that field at all. So I would definitely say to anyone that's looking to become a developer, I would say use RPG Maker. That's a good tool to use to start, in my opinion. And because you could do Roblox, but that's pretty basic. That's a good practice tool. I know some kids that use it. So those are tools that I suggest for those that want to get into AR and VR. I feel like it's more fun that way. We use Xcode. My friend, I showed him how to use Xcode to come up with the code for the background of the back end and the front end for the app. And then you could also use Flutter AI or React for the front end graphic design. So there's a lot of different ways that you could use tools that we use for app development for games as well, because it's going to be an app. You have to download it from the Google Play and the Apple Store anyway. So that's why they make the tools interchangeable, which is cool. But yeah, for anyone that's interested in becoming a developer, if you have the resources, I would love to have you join the team. If not, we could train you, or we're pretty open. We're a young team and we honestly are growing at a fast rate. So we're always looking for more clients because we can handle a large scale now, since we've been training weekly together to become more, knowledgeable of each other's skill sets. So we're definitely ready for a larger load.
I love that, man. So we got a couple of minutes left. I want you to talk to the audience and tell them why they should seek you out, what your team capabilities are, and then talk to us about your why they should invest in you.
Yeah, for sure. So my team starts with me. I started this in 2023, and I made sure that our team is able to complete projects faster than others, and I would say by 1 to 2 weeks time. For each type of development that we do, we are faster than other competitors by 1 to 2 weeks. I have case studies, testimonials, and reviews that I would love to introduce to you guys to show you what our work means to others and what we're able to do. Our partners, like Mr. Grant here. So that's one for me. I am an app developer. I love games, so that's why I got into game development. Teddy, my partner, he's the one that actually showed me game development when I first got into it. So I honestly always thank him for that, for the amount of work that he put in for training me in the first place. Asia is from DC. She joined my team last April. She is a phenomenal graphic designer, a phenomenal animator, and a business consultant that can help grow your brand through social media management. She is the best at coming up with strategies that fit your niche, that fit your goals, that fit your market. I am honored to work alongside her, in all honesty. My interns, head of lead development is Raphael. He is omni, all-purpose guy. He is a great software developer. That's his dream. Lead generation, he's a pro at. I've seen him gain 1,000 leads, and not just random ones that do cold emails. He actually found ones that actually fit the filters that we were looking for certain leads, whether they make this amount of revenue or in this type of field. He is a pro at getting leads. So for anyone with a business, everybody need leads. So I feel like he is very valuable to not just our team, for anyone. So I will always praise him for what he's able to do. Yuki is from the Philippines. He's a great lead generator. He's a graphic designer as well with Canva and Adobe. Those are his two platforms that he uses. Asia's still training him, but lead generation, excuse me, I just got him certified with HubSpot, which is the #1 CRM in the world right now. So he is a very good pro with inbound and outbound leads. I've seen him be able to filter the same way as Raphael.
Yeah.
So I brought on Edward, who we call him Z. He is Romanian, so that's where he's from, but he also grew up in South Carolina as well. I trained him to become a game developer.
Nice.
So the same way Ted trained me, I was influenced to train him because he loves games, and he actually came to me as a client at first, but I thought of it long term. Like, if I train him, we can handle more projects at a time, and now I have a partner I can work with on games. So I took a sacrifice, and I decided to show him how to build a game with me so he could gain knowledge the same way I was given a gift. So, and he loves games more than me. So I thought it was very cool to find somebody that was interested in the same field as me. So instead of charging him, I told him, "You're my partner now." So we are finishing up our first mobile game together. That should be done pretty soon. We're in the asset stage. So once that's together, we'll put it in Flutter. I believe he's actually using React, but we'll put it in React and connect it to the back end code with the front end code, and we'll be able to start testing it by June.
And I think this is wonderful what you're doing. I'm hearing so many different things that you can develop a lot of different digital assets, whether they're app sites, websites, or mobile apps, and then you do forensic marketing to get the word out, get visibility, get conversion into lead generation. So that particular piece of what you're doing is the difference between a company being revenue, the year-over-year growth is static, as to one that year-over-year growth is now scaling because you're getting and the business is visible in the market that is looking to influence. You are a giant influencer. That is wonderful. I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network, but you got to tell us how to contact you because we're going to bring some leads to you. How about that?
Yes, sir. Should I leave my email in the chat?
No, just tell us what it is. What's the best way to get it?
Okay, it's offthe-leash-games@gmail.com. Again, it's offthe-leash-games@gmail.com. offthe-leash-games@gmail.com.
That is wonderful. I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
See you, Mr. Grant. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Excellent information that we got to always consider and keep in mind is the marketing aspects of our business. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. Students, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's right there on the screen below. That is $BDXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, again, you can register right online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund and help students achieve their dreams. And special thanks to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2025. They include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, 5-Star BDM, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and
have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T.Y. is here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM, is turning heads in the healthcare and information technology sectors with his groundbreaking approach to personal branding and business development. By challenging conventional strategies, he's setting a new standard for how executives present themselves and their businesses to the world. McGaw's expertise isn't just about standing out. It's about strategic guidance, generating leads, and building networks that propel executives beyond their competition. His focus on authenticity allows leaders to leverage their unique stories, driving exponential growth and success in their industries. Beyond branding, McGaw is a fervent advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. He's committed to helping organizations cultivate environments where innovation and collaboration thrive through inclusive cultures. And for those eager to dive deeper, McGaw hosts the Follow the Brand podcast. Here, he unpacks the intricacies of personal branding and business growth, offering valuable insights for professionals eager to redefine their identities and share their narratives with the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And with me today is Sherry Owens Thompson, and she is a dynamic product development leader, global sourcing expert, and founder of Wild Orchid Candle Company, LLC. And with a proven track record in retail strategy and supply chain optimization, she has led global sourcing and private label programs for top brands while championing cost efficiency and innovation. And through Wild Orchid and the Wow Academy, Sherry merges scent, science, and mindfulness to create STEAM, that's STEAM, STEAM-based learning experiences for youth. And Sherry thrives at the intersection of strategy and social impact, whether building scalable product ecosystems or designing programs to foster emotional intelligence. And her leadership reflects a deep commitment to innovation, education, and purpose-driven growth. And she is empowering our next generation as she supports our community through organizations like Dress for Success, Pace Center for Girls, and a lot of different local schools. So I'd like to bring her to the stage, Miss Sherry Owens Thompson. How are you today?
Good morning, Grant. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. It's always good to see you. You are a good friend of mine. I've known you for, I'm not even going to say how many years, but it's been maybe a couple of decades or so. But I'm very proud of you and how you've made so many successful pivots in your own life. And no, we're going to talk about some of those pivots because each pivot for you has had a purpose. So as we talk about pivot and purpose, I want to know why you walked away from your corporate success to go on this entrepreneurial journey.
Oftentimes I think about that myself, but I think the main reason that I decided the opportunity presented itself actually. I mean, I've been in corporate America from the day that I graduated college. I was out of school for maybe less than 30 days. I moved to South Florida and I have been working ever since. And so throughout that time period, I'm not going to throw any dates in, right? Because I don't want to date myself, but it was quite a long time ago. And I was able to really successfully build my career. And it's interesting how things kind of fell into place, selecting a major and then really not knowing whether or not that major would take me to where I ultimately ended up. And there was definitely divine intervention from God because everything worked itself out. And after so many years of travel, I think I was a million miler on every airline. I was always out of the country. I have, as you know, 2 adult children, and I missed a lot of quality time with them because I was always gone. I was traveling wherever. And after watching what was happening in corporate America, where in the beginning, companies used to have training programs and you really felt like the organization was invested in the employee. You just weren't an asset. And by the time I decided to make this transition, I felt as if I might as well have been a file cabinet because I was another asset and you could be easily replaced. And the work just wasn't enjoyable anymore. I truly enjoy interacting with people, being strategic, making really competent decisions. And near the end, I just felt that the organization that I was with at that time, we were just making knee-jerk reactions to what was happening in the marketplace. And it was time for me to transition. And so the opportunity presented itself to take a package. And I took the package happily. And I used that time and money to invest in my entrepreneurial dreams.
This is wonderful. I want the audience to understand in the corporate world, you had ascended to a VP level.
Yes.
You came from Wisconsin down to South Florida. Then you ended up, I mean, you're traveling all over the world in the retail space, supply chain space. You had a very, very successful career for a number of years. And now you could focus on your passion. The kids are in school, out of school. You're like, you know what? It's sharing time. That's what I got.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely. When you're building your career, you really sometimes you don't know what path opportunities may take you down. But I was able to really, I started off in retail buying. So I had an opportunity to really understand the supply chain from the purchaser's perspective. When I left retail buying, I segued into product development and global sourcing. And so I saw it from the manufacturer side. While I was doing that, I was also selling back to retailers, being an interface between the retailers and the factories themselves. And that really gave me a really unique perspective on the whole. Because people talk about supply chain is a big thing now. People didn't really think about it until COVID. People would naturally just assume that when retailers buy product, it just shows up on the shelf, right? It's a very intricate process from beginning to end. And so is the product development process. And so my career really allowed me to see all these different segments, you know, and as I ascended, I developed stronger skill sets. I was able to become much more strategic and really show empathy within the workplace, because having been on both the buying side and the supply side, I could feel for both of those entities. And oftentimes in organizations, if you're only on the buying side, you don't care about the supplier. You just want your
That's right.
product there now.
Yeah.
And you're not going to pay any more for it, right? And I was able to really experience that, and I felt that it really allowed me to better understand both sides and to serve both of those customers better, you know.
Well, you did that. And then now you said, I'm going to take that knowledge and that experience and that skill set and put it into Wild Orchid.
Right.
And you've been doing this for a little bit. I want you to explain to the clients, I'd say potential clients, potential customers, our audience, about what is out Wild Orchid? What is that all about? And why did you decide to do that?
Okay, so Wild Orchid Candle Company started initially, like most people, as a hobbyist, right? My son one year, like over 5 years ago, gifted me a candle making set because I'm an ultimate DIYer. There's not a project I won't take on, right? And I love candles. My husband loves candles. We perfumes, all of that. And I said to myself, well, how hard can this be to make a candle, right? You know, all these candles in the stores. And I think for a good year, I made the most horrific candles because they would not burn. They smell good, but they wouldn't burn. And I came to realize that there's a fine science that goes behind the actual making of a candle, you know? And so I really kind of leaned into that because even though I was working in business, my background academically also was science. I was design and science, you know, and marketing. And so I decided, you know what, I can monetize this as opposed to just making candles and giving them all away. Let's see if I can do something with this. Everybody, you know, in the 2000s now, the late 2000s, have a side hustle. So I was still working my corporate job. And when I would come home extremely stressed, or, you know, things like that, I would just say, okay, I'm going to make a candle. It smells good. It's relaxing. And it really allowed me to focus. It's almost like cooking, you know, all the right ingredients to make the perfect candle. And once I set up the business structure, I mean, I got serious about it, you know, because with my background in business, I understand everything that's involved, the marketing, the supply chain, just really being strategic about who my customers are going to be. And so basically, I made a roadmap for myself, but I still have that as part of my business plan. It's a graphic where I kind of drew on a scrap piece of paper all my various stages of what I was going to get into. And over the past 5 years, I've experimented with that as well. I started off online. I still have an online presence. My background was in product development and private label. So I definitely wanted to be able to offer small businesses who wanted to extend their brand into home accessories such as candles. And so I have a lot of clients that are real estate brokers, other small businesses, online clothing stores that I make their candles for them under their brand. And so it allowed me to really draw on all of my experience. And it's just been extremely rewarding, you know, being able to basically bet on myself, you know, because as you know, being an entrepreneur, it's not easy. You wear all of the hats, you know, and the biggest struggle is being able to prioritize. What am I going to work on today? What one thing will make me feel successful today? That one day it may be getting my state taxes filed, you know, the next day it may be writing up a proposal for a customer. And so I've been extremely disciplined in how I approach this. But the thing that I love the most is that if I want to try out an idea and I decide to pivot, I can do that with little objection, you know. So,
Yeah.
but I really, really enjoy that. So Wild Orchid has really allowed me to become a good corporate citizen in that I truly believe in giving back to the community in which you serve. And so for many years, and you probably remember this when my children were young, I was a Girl Scout leader for over 10 years.
Yeah.
And being able to work with young women and young girls has always been a true passion of mine, being able to be a role model and to share with them, because in this world, particularly the social media age, is not easy. It's not easy for kids in general to really make their way. And so through my candle program, I'm really able to share with them. I do this particular exercise that's called, for adults, it's called Wick and Sip. And for children, it's breathe. And it's a moment to share with them the art of candle making, but I teach them about scent families, how scent plays an important role in your emotions, being able to emotionally regulate yourself. And it works really well, because by the time the girls work their way through the session, they've already identified, what scents bring back happy memories, what scents trigger them, and they're able to really experience mindfulness. Once you've made that candle, I encourage them to journal. Create a ritual. When you're feeling a little stressed and you want to detach, get your journal out. You write about your feelings. You write about a moment of gratitude. You use your candle to kind of set, so I teach them these various techniques, and I've been able to do that because I decided I wanted to have a program that specifically geared itself toward young people so that they can get off the electronic devices and make something with their hands. And it's been very rewarding. I'm very happy with that program.
Well, is that part of your WOW Academy? Because I know you go out to school, and I really love this about you, that you get involved. You make yourself visible to especially young people, so they can see you, they can touch you, and they're like, hey, okay, she was operating in this business environment. Now she's, obviously she can help me as well on my journey. As you said, I think it is, as I look back, I think it's harder for this next generation to get their footing and find out where they can, because it's so expensive. It's just so expensive. I remember I couldn't wait to go out and get me a car, get you an apartment, and just live. And I think a basic job, you didn't have to have some, ridiculous job in order to just have basic life things that we take for granted, like having a place to live and a place to work and a place to drive. All these things are just super expensive. And then how do you attain these kinds of things? And then you're showing them, hey, if you can be creative, and you can be creative in your zone of genius and what you're passionate about, you can start making your own way and not be so dependent on what someone else is willing to pay you. That's one thing I learned in life. Company is only going to pay you as much as they can afford to pay you, where you can then develop your own creativity and afford to pay yourself as much as possible in the market that you're penetrating. Right? Talk to us about some of those community services that you do, that you get out there and do this and get these kids involved and really get their creativity working.
Well, thank God that I was blessed with a lot of energy. So I'm very energetic. And, even when I was working, when I was a VP and I was working, basically out of the country all the time, I still had my Girl Scout troop. I would be in Hong Kong and get a call, right? And I would still manage it. And so being able to manage multiple activities is just something that I do, right? Family activities, etc. And so with the WOW Academy and WOW Orchid, I've been able to, I have a seat on the board of PACE Center for Girls, West Palm Beach. And PACE is an alternative school for girls that are at risk. And I hate using the word at risk because there's opportunity for them if they are given the resources to get them back on track. Oftentimes, the young ladies that attend that school, they've been subjected to various types of abuses, etc., and they're funded by the Department of Juvenile Justice to keep the kids out of the system. And so I got involved with them when I was working my corporate job. I was the lead on my ARG as a community investment person. And once I left, I was asked to join the board, and I jumped at the opportunity because I really got to get behind the scenes and see what was going on and how I could really assist this organization. And so one of the big responsibilities of being on the board is fiduciary, being able to help raise funds. And so if you see me out there promoting Pay Center for Girls, all of our various activities that we have 2 big fundraisers during the year. I'm out there and I'm selling tickets for tables and things like that. But I love being able to see the success stories of the young ladies that are in the program. Some of these girls come in, they're like almost nonverbal sometimes. And by the time they leave PACE's program, they're at the top of their class, they're graduating, they're going to college,
Yeah.
And so it's worth that because you never really know what type of interaction you'll have with particularly a young person, and you plant a seed, so I love doing that. Then I am a vendor partner with Park Lakes Elementary School, which is located in Lauderhill, and I participate in fundraisers for them as well as various activities they have at school. I read books during the national book reading. I'll go and I'll read to some of the the younger students. It's just great. I just love being involved because even when my kids were in school, I was involved, and I think it's just important that with all the blessings that I've had in my life, that I be able to share whatever that is, And I remember when my kids were in school, particularly my daughter, her little friends at school couldn't wait for me to show up. They always knew I had little goodies for them,
Yeah.
But I just think it's important to be able to show kids that, yes, you can work, you can have a successful career, and you can have a family, and you can be involved in your community. There's so many ways. Some people decide to go the political route. I'm not so much political in that regard, but I do believe in support, and being able to give of my time. I'm involved in my church as well. So I try to stay present, relevant, and just show people that I genuinely care, and it fills me, it keeps me calm.
No, and I appreciate that. Is the giving back, and I encourage a lot of people. Sometimes you realize the skill sets that you and through experience that you've acquired that are valuable to somebody else.
Right.
Because they're going along that journey, so you can share. You said something earlier. See, there's STEM, science, technology. What does the E stand for again?
Engineering.
Engineering and math, right? That's your S. And you have a science background. And I
Right.
didn't even know that. Now you share that with me, like, oh wow, she has a science background. But then there's STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, art.
Arts,
and
yes.
math.
Right.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
do both of those, right?
Yeah, because with the candle making, I'll just give a quick lesson. So candles may seem like a very benign item. It's wax in a jar, right? Well, there's various types of waxes. I tend to use, I'm a tree hugger. I tend to use sustainable type waxes, not paraffin, which is a petroleum distillate. I use coconut, apricot, soy, and then you have the vessels. You have the vessel, you have the wax, you have the fragrance, and you have the wick. It could be wooden or it could be the wooden is the burning wooden wax, the wooden wicks that crack a little piece of slender wood, or the cotton wicks. And so in order for a candle to burn perfectly, there's a dance between all 4 of those. And for every candle that you make, it has to be tested. the fragrance ratio, the size of the vessel. And so with the kids, I break that down to them. And so within the program that I developed, I base the curriculum, the field trip on the national and the state standards for the math and science of that particular grade level. So the kids are actually learning even though they're having fun, right?
Yeah.
And so you just kind of introduce fun little antidotes into it. And the next thing you know, they know everything there is about, making a candle. And it's been rewarding because I think that when you present kids in a creative way of learning learning the math, the ratios of how much wax, how much oil based on the volume of the candle. It can be very powerful. And so I always kind of joke, I am, trying to encourage the next generation of potential engineers, but it's not so much a joke, it can be true because kids, if you make the connection between the most basic things, they will ultimately absorb that information and turn it into something that's really tangible and use it, and them building their career. Like my daughter had decided to go to school for biomedical engineering, and a lot of that came from our tinkering that we had done together when she was a kid, so you never know where it's going to come from.
That is so wonderful. That is so great that you share in that capacity. Now, there's a difference. I want the audience to understand, like, you go into a grocery store or Walmart or something like that, you buy a candy, you take it home, you think that's what, Wild Orchid is all about. But you have a premium brand, something that you just can't go into your everyday retail and then walk out with this type of candle. What makes your candles different?
So when I think about, okay, because people will make that comparison. Like you can go to Home Goods, TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and you can buy a candle for $12.99, $14.99. There was a point in time that I bought those and I was spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars, on candles that I would burn them and they wouldn't fully burn. They would, what they call a tunnel. The wick just goes straight down. They don't burn the whole candle. And they were made out of cheap products. And so the difference is that I look at it, if you're willing to, you can go, if you're a whiskey drinker, a scotch drinker, you can buy the bottom shelf or you can buy the top shelf. You smoke cigars, you can buy, what are those, black and reds, mild, whatever they're called, or you can buy a really nice cigar, right? And so I think it's all about the ingredients and what the customer's expectations are. And so when I make my candles, they're all hand poured by me. They're done in small batches that I use the finest ingredients. They're sustainable. And so to me, it's as if I'm making a candle for you, I am your personal candler. You want a candle that's going to last. And I have yet to have a dissatisfied customer, because I tell people to be brutally honest. I can take it, and when I look at the metrics on my business through my account, I have like a 54% customer retention rate. My customers come back, and my customers tend to be more mature as well. My daughter is young, so of course she and her friends are customers, but my customers tend to have their own homes. They drive nice cars and they want nice things. And so I tend to make home decor pieces. So you'll have a piece on your end table that's kind of a conversation piece, like, hey, where did you get that from? You didn't buy it from Anthropology, you didn't buy it from Home Goods, it's unique, and so that's one of the strategies that I use, is to create unique products that customers can be proud of, and it burns clean, it burns as clean as it can in your home. And so over the years, I've extended my line. So outside of candles, I do room sprays now. And the room sprays can be for home, car, linen, as well as body sprays and massage bars, because it's all
Nice.
about the fragrances. So
Now you didn't. This is what sold me on what you're doing. You said, "All right, Grant," because he said, "Be honest with me, right?" I said, "Okay." She said, "All right, what candles do you got?" I said, "Well, I got a candle here." He said, "All right, go ahead and light it up." And I said, "Okay." And she said, "No, is it burning black?" I'm like, "What do you mean burning black?" She said, "Look up." Like on my ceiling, it said, "Do you see black smoke up there?" And it's now getting in your house. And this, he said, "This is what you're ingesting.
right,
You're breathing this in,
breathing it in.
right? And you don't even realize that this is petroleum, and this is a big deal." So now, because I have one of your candles, she said, "Go ahead and light mine." So I light that candle. He said, "Now look at it. It's bright. It's clear. Obviously, the fragrance is awesome. It burns slower, so you're not sitting there, and it's burning up, with it, in
You
a
want a
few
bonfire.
days or whatever. It lasts for a long time." And I was like, these are things you don't think about. It's like, wow, yeah, it's like being near a fire, you're ingesting all that smoke. So I said, this is actually environmentally, safe. Yeah, did I describe that correctly, or am I wrong?
No, you're right. Well, all candles are going to what they call VOC, volatile, components, but you have minimal smoke, you have minimal soot. If you burn a candle and the perimeter of the glass saw black and sooty, that means it's the wrong wick inside of there.
Mm.
It should be it should be a low control flame, but then some things go back to user error. Most people honestly don't know how to burn a candle. They put it under the AC vent, which pulls up a draft. They put it over a fan, which whips around the flame. And so I try to educate people on how to use candles properly as well. So that's part of the whole process of when I do the wick and sips for adults, which is more of a social occasion where if someone, I think last year I did a Mother's Day event where I went to a client's home in Boynton Beach, and we set up a very nice visual for 10 of her family members, and I took them through the whole candle making process. So it was a bonding, and so that same process is done on a corporate level for team building as well. So I just managed to look at all of the different avenues that I could use this candle as a vehicle to educate and to entertain people. And it's just worked out, And so I find myself, because I'm very much a thinker and strategic about things, other avenues that I can go down. And so that's how the Wow Academy came about, And so I'm always looking to transition and do something else, with the skill set that I have, So I still have so much more in me to share. And so I'm looking to do other things still, so.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you first, like I said, you're very educated in what you're doing. You're knowledgeable and you understand it, and you're looking to scale it, and you know who your ideal client is.
Right.
So someone that really appreciates a good candle, but it also fits in their decor. One of the things I know that you do as well, that you do some customized branding, for them. Like one of our mutual friends, runs a cigar business, R&R, and he said, "Hey, Sherry, can you, come out with a line of candles, like white labeling, just for me," which was a fantastic way of promoting that particular business. So you can do that through Wild Orchid. Like, hey, look, you got a business. Like, we're in the Black Business Network. A lot of people out here have small businesses, and they're looking to scale and grow and differentiate themselves. Just talk to us a little bit more about your white labeling service.
Right. So what's really great about that is that it is an opportunity for me to, share and work with other small businesses, because in that particular situation, He really wanted to do his own brand of candle, but what they call the MOQs, the minimum order quantities, to work with a national manufacturer, you'll never meet it, because the quantities are in the literally thousands, and the majority of the candles that you get from national retailers are made out of the country and they're mass produced. Vietnam being one of the big places that candles come from. And so I'm able to sit with the small business owner and talk about, what their vision is for their particular line extension. And sometimes if I don't think it makes sense, I'll share with that. But part of the service that I do is that, because of my business background, is that once we've had our session, I do a marketing plan for them. I do a marketing plan, and I basically lay out, the items that I think that would work in the line, ways to go about properly promoting it, right? And in that particular case, because it was cigars, ideally you wanted a scent that cigar smokers would appreciate, and using a slight smoky tobacco vanilla scent happened to be what we came up with. And we did that for a few years, and it worked out really well. And so even with my real estate customers, they sell multi-million-dollar homes. They do, of course, the champagne and the gift baskets, but then they decided they wanted custom gift sets where there was room sprays and candles and the gift set that they gave to their customers. And sometimes we would personalize it with the agent's name on it. Other times we would do it with the client's name on it, and they just love that personal touch. And so there's various ways to be able to do this, but the part I love the most is just being able to work with other small businesses. And so recently I met with a woman I met at the Broward and Beyond conference, and she has a med spa in Pembroke Pines. And so as a natural line extension, because she already has her own creams and lotions, for body and skin, she wants candles and room sprays. And so I'm putting together a proposal for her, for her particular business. And so any business can utilize just as easily as you can make a pin with your brand on it, and I think everyone has kind of grown tired of the swag where it's just a pin. It's a little inexpensive pins, because at my corporate job, we used to make those by the millions for different organizations who would want to buy, like 5 million pins, and they would pass them out, globally or whatever. And so being able to give a customer a nice little personalized, 2-ounce candle with your company's name on it, that's kind of lasting, because that candle will hang around until it's gone, type of deal. Yep. And so, there's many ways to be able to support small businesses. And I just love being able to network and meet these businesses and share with them how we can possibly, collaborate.
I tell you, I learned something in what you just said, is that, some people, when they think of white labeling, all they're going to do is, I'll just take my Wild Orchid label off and I'll slap your label on. And there you go, there's white label. But you just said to me that you actually customize and create a formula, a particular scent, just for that business.
Right.
So that is completely branded from soup to nuts.
Yeah, exactly. So oftentimes people will confuse white label with private label. In my background of 30 plus years is private label. All of the national retailers and drug chains and dollar stores as well, the companies that I have worked for, I have been instrumental in the various programs that they've had for their private label. There's not a drugstore or retailer I walk into where I don't see remnants of what I've done or programs that we started years ago in their stores. And so white label is basically taking the candles that I already have made, and instead of putting my name on them, I put your name on them. Private label is the customization.
Mm-hmm.
No one else can get that particular special blend, that particular look, unless they get it from you. And that is what makes it unique. And in that particular instances, isn't it worth what it may cost to get that specialization? Because if you're willing to spend, I don't know, $75 on a cigar, $2,000 on a purse, is a $50 candle too much? That's customized.
No, and what you just said, you can make them for certain occasions. It could be Mother's Day, it could be Memorial Day, it could be Labor Day. The holidays are coming up. This is a
Party
unique gift.
favors. I just received a corporate order from a company, and they're going to a trade show in 2 weeks. So it's a rush order for over 250 promotional candles with their name on it. You know,
Yeah.
so
No, I love what you're doing. And we've only got a couple of minutes left. We got to definitely know how to contact you. But before, give me in 2 minutes, if you had, as you look back now and what you've done as an entrepreneur, lessons learned. What did you learn through this journey so far?
what I reflect on that often. What I've really learned, is that you truly are the master of your own destiny. If you look back and think about all of the things that you've done in your career, you've done a lot. And oftentimes we don't think about all the things that we've done, and you draw on that experience and you have the confidence to kind of move forward and act on it. You're bound to be successful. Sometimes it can be kind of confusing. Which way do I go? But having a really good support system, my friends, my family, my husband, believing in my mission and encouraging me, you need that village to be able to support you in all that you do. And I would say that anytime you decide to step out on your own, you have the right people backing you, not the naysayers, because sometimes people are afraid of you having success, being successful, because you may leave them behind. Those aren't really your friends. You want people that are going to help you level up and to move up, and that is what I've always sought, throughout my life and career, so believe in yourself and build that network, build that support system.
Oh man, say that again. Say it loud. Say it proud, because it's so important. So if they're looking to purchase, some of your products and get involved or just have a conversation with you, what's the best way to get in contact with you?
www.wildorchidcandles.com. And believe it or not, there's been a company who's actually chose my name.
Oh, you got to trademark.
They're another part of the country, but it's not worth pursuing at this point, because I'm doing my thing, and people who know me, they know me. But yeah, and you can always reach out. My phone number is on there as well. I'm on Instagram and Facebook as well, and I would love to be able to collaborate with small businesses, not just within Florida, the states, but I'm open to shipping internationally as well. So.
No, I'm glad you said that. We are on the Black Business Network. It is a global community. And the fact that they say, hey, wow, you know what? That's an idea. This is a differentiator. You got to look at ways, how do you differentiate yourself?
Right.
You just gave us a great example of doing that. As you stated, you want to be present in the mind of your ideal client. And you've got a really good, candle. It's a talking piece. Right. Somebody's like, wow, would you get that? I mean, it just goes into so many different areas. And a lot of people don't think about that when they're looking at different things that they can use for marketing. That is an excellent tool. I know you brought your expertise to bear. So I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics. This has been wonderful. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Grant.
You're welcome. Right, this has been wonderful. Love talking to her. I want to remind everyone that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund and help students achieve their dreams. And special thanks to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May. We are in May 2025. They include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, 5-Star BDM, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. when you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaugh and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
What if leadership wasn't about titles, but trials? What if your breakthrough lay beyond fear? In First Light, the brave path to authentic leadership, embark on a journey of courage, truth, and purpose. Face the wolf. Hear first thunder. Wield the sword and shield. This is more than a book. It's a calling. Are you ready for First Light?
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, and I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community that is sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And my next guest is coming to us from London, England. That is S. Lewis Campbell, who is an award-winning literary strategist, publishing powerhouse, and the visionary founder of Re-Ink Publications. She has over 30 years of experience in the publishing industry. She has helped shape more than 500 books across a variety of genres, elevating 50-plus debut authors to best-selling status. And she is known as the manuscript magician. Sarah is a trusted publishing partner who transforms raw manuscripts into compelling, industry-ready masterpieces while preserving each author's unique voice. And her work bridges creativity and strategy, and her passion lies in amplifying diverse voices and empowering storytellers from all walks of life. And as a LinkedIn top writing voice and a two-time gold medalist speaker at the Black Business Expo, she is a proven leader committed to education, cultural impact, and elevating the future of Black literature. So I like to bring her to the stage to join me. Look at her. There she is. How are you doing, Miss Lewis Campbell?
I'm not too bad. Thank you very much for having me. What a lovely intro. How are you, Grant?
I am wonderful. You know, I love reading your bio because those are all things that you have done. Sometimes people don't realize the journey that they have accomplished. And when it's read to them or they listen to it, like, wow, I guess that's all me. You know, so
I
that's
know,
all
right?
me. And we're gonna turn the tables on this particular session, right? Normally I'm asking the questions, you're answering, the questions. I'm going to allow you to ask me the questions, right? And I'll do my best at answering them. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, it's quite unique for us to be in this situation where I'm actually answering the questions, and I hope that I do it as much justice as you naturally do it. It's been a while for me, but as we've seen, in the introduction, you've been on a journey yourself for quite, over an extensive amount of period, a lot longer than I've been doing it, I'm sure. And in terms of like the leadership framework, I know that you've been working on your book, as you've mentioned, and I think it's really important that we, state the title and, just to give it, and it's coming out very soon, in a few months. So we're very excited about that. It's Labor Day as well, 1st of September. And the book is entitled as well, The First Light, The Brave Path to Authentic Leadership. And as you've shown there as well, a glimpse of the cover as well, which is quite exciting to see. In terms of that, how does the mountains, as you see depicted, in the front cover, how does that metaphor kind of resonate, for you with the journey of authentic leadership?
It's for all the things that the book is about, you focused on the mountain. And I like that because the journey of the mountain, especially in the book, is the journey for a lot of people, whether it's career development, business development, just life in general. It can be looked upon as something you have to ascend without question. And that particular mountain was it's a reality for me, especially after the unexpected loss of my father to a preventable healthcare failure. It's a journey that you didn't know you were going to be on, but here you are. And so at that time, I felt like I was standing at the base of an emotional Mount Everest, right? That's just kind of where I was. And that grief really opened me up and it forced me to reevaluate everything. I'm talking about my leadership, my purpose, my identity. And I realized modern leadership doesn't happen in a boardroom. It happens in the cave. That's part of the book as well, but it happens in the cave before the climb, right? The mountain demands presence. It demands preparation. The mountain demands perspective, and it will strip away your entire ego. And that's why it resonated with me as far as the mountain. It mirrors what I believe today's leaders are truly facing today, and that is what I call the inner ascent that they have to accomplish in order to get to their goal. So that's kind of like why I chose that as a metaphor.
It's really interesting how you sort of create that framework for it, because for me, when I think about the mounting, I probably just really generalize it in very much just the climb, and whatever that might look like. But the way that you're putting it, it gives it that context that you need, and that deeper understanding that you need, if this is the journey that you're going to partake in. So I think that's really well put. So thanks for that. How does First Light sort of challenge conventional ideas about what it means to be successful in modern day leadership?
Well, I needed First Light to be different. didn't need to be just a Me Too type of manuscript, a Me Too type of book on leadership tactics and that type of thing. And I think some of us have been literally lied to. So what do I mean by that? We've been lied to. We're told that success is performance, success is position, and success is prestige, right? But I've seen a lot of leaders in business suits crumble behind closed doors. So when I think of First Light, I think it challenges this notion of success and what that looks like. That you can't lead from a mask, right? Imposter syndrome. A lot of people starting to understand that. You can't lead from that. That can be the basis of your leadership style. So I believe that true leadership begins with confronting your story, not just building, the resume. That's the outer world, right? It shifts. In my book, it shifts the metric of success from visibility to vulnerability. And that is what is really missing in leadership today. We're not speaking to the elephant in the room. The audience is just me and you, more or less. Your vulnerability. What are you really feeling about this? It's not just about climbing. And in my book, it's about becoming. I'm teaching you how to become, to allow yourself to become and conquer, or at least face your fear. It's there. And a lot of times we mask over that. We try to mask over that, but it's very visible. You just have to have the room and confidence that you can go ahead and accomplish the goal that you set out to do.
I agree. And I like the way that you put it, in the context of, it should change, and I agree that should change almost like on a daily basis as you're growing and you're, embodying, this new framework as you take it on board. And I think it changes as you change, as you grow and, and you develop and, and you align with the framework as you put it. So I think that's really cool. You mentioned the elephant in the room. I'm interested in the wolf, and the journey, that you sort of discussed quite early on, within the framework and how that's portrayed in the book. Without revealing too much, what does it symbolize for you in the life of a professional?
Well, here's the deal, is that we've got to, and I find in just about every endeavor we go on, we have to face our fear. Now, in my book, I put it into a narrative. It's a drama. It's a story. It's not just here are the tactics, here are the strategies. This is, the 1, 2, 3 of everything. Because I want you to feel something. And fear is an emotion that you feel, right? So when you start talking about, and people got to read the book, say, what's this wolf about? And we start out early because we've got to get to the fear first. What is it? And this is what's so important, what is the definition of that wolf in your, what we're referring to, right? And the wolf, in how I wrote it out, is the lie that we've been telling ourselves, right? It's that unspoken fear that says you are not enough, you don't belong, and you'll be exposed. That's that voice that keeps telling us these things. And for professionals, especially high achievers, the wolf wears a tailored suit, right? It looks like perfectionism. It looks like overwork. You're always busy. That's the imposter syndrome, because you're kind of like not facing straight up yourself. But in the cave, this wolf, this fear, it sheds its disguise. You're alone with your fear. And then in that moment, you have a choice. You either are going to run or you're going to rise. And that moment defines your entire path going forward. And if you're truly about, achieving this goal, or you just lying to yourself.
Yeah, I agree. And I think like you mentioned about that fear, for me, you know, in addition to the, you know, what you mentioned it does in the book, and, you know, my personal view as well, in addition to that, is, oh, not only is the wolf my favorite animal, I told you this from a very early on, you know, and it has been from day dot. You know, I love everything about it. I love that it's driven. I love that it does work in a pack when it needs to. But for me, what I signify mostly about the wolf is that it's fearless.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what you want to sort of develop, isn't it? You know, once you get over the hurdle of the fear. So, you know, it kind of symbolizes that for me as well. Another thing that I liked about the book is the difference in it is that where most books that talk about leadership focus on just the tools and the techniques that you need, you know, this book is offering something different. You know, like you mentioned, you know, it's got a narrative, you know, it focuses on the personal aspects. And you mentioned about the fear, but it also refers to a lot about personal identity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how does that become or play an effective part in leadership?
So important. And I'm gonna go back just a little bit what you said, because I like how you view the wolf, and that it's a pack, and that the wolf of itself is fearless, right? In its environment, it's fearless. The fear is within yourself, right? And that's the thing. You know, sometimes we're confronted what we think is our greatest fear, but that greatest fear is within, not any outer circumstance, so to speak, right? And I love how Will Smith, in one of those movies he did, it was the difference. You know, there's danger. Danger is one thing. Danger is an external thing that could actually, you know, have an adverse effect on you. But fear is internalized. Fear is something that you generate. You're generating that emotion. You're generating a potential outcome, right? And if you can control fear, you're on your way to true leadership. So I'm looking at as this, it's identity. And identity for me, how I'm different, you know, like from some of these other books, they focus on the tools and techniques. We're going to get deeper than that. We got to start talking about the engine of leadership, because without it, every tool is just a gimmick. You know, there's just some things you could try, but you haven't really dealt with what I call the elephant or the wolf in the room. Right? You haven't dealt with that, right? And most leaders really don't have a strategy, or they don't have a strategy problem. What they have is an identity crisis, right? So what I mean by that first, like, this book will teach you that before you can create a brand, you must uncover your true name, your true essence, your true thunder, your true sound. That is your identity. And when you can lead from identity, not image, someone else's image, typically we kind of lead from someone else's image. I want to be like that, you know, instead of like, well, that's a good template, let's just say. Well, it's not your true thunder. You're going to have to find that out, right? Because everything shifts and changes. And when you do find that true name, that true self, you're in tune. You mean you're aligned with it now. Your voice will change. Your presence will have command. You have gravitas. You stop performing as a leader, and you start transforming or becoming the leader that you are. That's what first life is really about.
Yeah, I agree with that. And you start to, you know, as you dig deep, as you mentioned, you start to sort of dig deeper beyond the cracks, and you start to embrace your experience more, you know, and you start to trust that. Whereas probably, like you mentioned, you've got this image, you know, that you probably start off with, that, or someone that you admire, you know, and you like what it is that they do. But I think eventually you have to come back to your own self, don't you? You know, that, I mean, you can't be anything other than that, you know. And I think that book really does sort of explore, you know, that, you know, in quite some depth. So regarding the title of the book, you know, you mentioned there brave, and you know, that word is, it's significant and quite poignant in lots of ways, you know, when you think about the book, you know, and the things that we've just discussed, even, you know, the fear and being able to move beyond that, and dig deep within, as you as a person, confronting them and things like that, without giving too much away, because the Brave framework is so central to the book. How does it differ from other leadership models, would you say?
That's a great question. And we did an exercise. I mean, me and you, in that you said, hey, this is how we're going to promote the book. We got to get it in front of some really strategic leaders, people that live in this world, and see what they think, right? So I got it in front of David Acker. David Acker, that's David Aaker. He is known as the grandfather of branding. He has actually been on my podcast previously. So I had a personal relationship with him. And we had the edited version of the manuscript. So I sent it to him. I said, you know what? You got to test the water. Like, sometimes you're like, yeah, this is going to be a great book. But until someone else endorses it, that they look at it and they, give you an honest opinion about it, you don't really know what what the book's value is. It's almost like selling a house. Yeah, there's some comps in the area, and your house may sell at that level, but until somebody writes a check, you don't really know how much it's going to be really worth. So I needed to find out that value, as you were talking about. So we had David read the book, and he endorsed it. He said, this is a unique piece of leadership and how the way you look at branding as a personal brand, because he's known as corporate branding on a big level, and really about social impact and having a meaning behind what you're doing. And he endorsed it. You had another gentleman that, Frank Zakari, he's written numerous books, right? He's a world-class author. He's about the book, and he's, so I'm starting to get some movement. Then we're going to have Brenda Benz. She is known as one of the world's leaders in leadership coaching at executive level. She agreed to go ahead and write a foreword for the book. Right? So this is starting to give it a lot of credibility. And I want, because the framework, as you said, is central to the theme, brave. We just talked about the wolf. We talked about fear. You have to be brave to ascend to the goal that you're looking for, or even discover who you are as a person.
That's right.
Brave, right? So I felt that a lot of times in today's world, a lot of these frameworks, they're transactional. Meaning they just check the box, do A, get B kind of thing. But this is a lot more personal. Brave is transformational. It doesn't just teach you what to do. It guides you into who to become. And as I post a lot of the people that I work with, I am not creating a brand for you. We're going to discover your brand together. And then we're just going to make it visible. You're becoming, right? So BRAVE is an acronym. And that acronym starts out with boldness. So it's not reckless. It's declaring your truth without any apology. This is who I am. I stand on this. This is your point of view in your own personal story, right? It's about resilience, because you've got to be resilient in today's world. Whether you choose to be a business, you choose a career track, you choose to just live with your family, right? You got to be resilient, because you will always have what do you call tailwinds and headwinds. Those headwinds is this resistance that goes against what you're trying to achieve. It's natural. It's part of the journey. So that resilience is more than just bouncing back. It's integrating your pain with your wisdom. That's why I was telling you, yes, I had a lot of pain with my father passing, that type of thing. But how did that turn that into wisdom? This is part of the BRAVE framework, right? And that leads to, and these are all kind of work together. You got authenticity. Can you be authentic and use it as a differentiator to create an unfair advantage in the market that you're looking to influence, or the career you're looking to influence? Can you use your authenticity? Because no one, no matter what, can be you, exactly you in what you do. So when you're very authentic, you can create an unfair advantage to what you do, and then you can make that visible. Right, that's what that V is about. It's your vision and what you see when your ego is now out of the way. What you think you are and who you are, and now who you are is even greater than what you thought you were. That's powerful, right? It's powerful. That's part of the brave framework. And then we execute on that new truth, this self-discovery, this self-awareness, this first light, right? This first light, that's truth in motion. And that's what makes brave different. It's not a checklist, it's a code of character.
Yeah, I agree. So really well put. I was wondering if you were going to give too much away for a moment. But it does lead into, as you say, you know, that self-discovery, you know, and the book is very sort of spiritual as well. You know, it has that ambience about it, and it's quite symbolic as well within the book. And, you know, how important is the power of storytelling, you know, in terms of the leadership framework? You know, how important has that been for you in putting this book together?
Well, I wanted the book to be memorable. And when I look at memorable works, they're stories, whether there were even movies and that type of thing, they had a powerful story, but I could see myself in the story. And I could see myself on that journey, right? And in going through this thing. How many times, like you look at a trilogy or even more now, like with Star Wars. I remember Star Wars really influenced me when I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
When you're seeing, you know, this incredible story that has a lot of past, a lot of present, a lot of future. So when you start seeing Luke Skywalker go through this incredible journey with these incredible characters, it becomes mystical. Now, people say, well, it's not true. I believe human beings are naturally mystical.
Yeah.
That's their mystery. Everyone has a mystery to them. It's not so cut and dry. You're not so black and white. You're not bits and bytes. This is why machines can never really truly replace human beings, because at our core, we are mysterious beings because we're not fully manifested. And there's always more of our story coming out. This is powerful if you know how to weave it, right? So story has been like the oldest tool that we have, especially in leadership. Before spreadsheets, before strategic plan, we had firelight and parables. So when I usually engage with a client, I say, work with me. I want you to come to me to base camp. And that base camp, I'm going to be in, you know, my particular camp, and then I'm going to have a light, you know, a fire. And there, we're going to start telling each other stories. You're going to tell me the story how you got here. What were you doing 5 years ago, 10 years ago, your first pivot? And you start to tell me that story as it unfolds. Then it unfolds into what I am doing. When you talk like this, story bypasses intellect and goes straight to the soul of experience. That's why First Light was written as a journey, not a textbook. You know, people don't change because they're told to. They change because they see themselves in the story. And storytelling builds empathy. And in our fractured world, empathy is the currency of true leadership. And that is the essence that I was going for. And that's why I chose that storyline, and to make it different in the in the bookshelf and the genre, as you said, of what I'm going after, of self-help, that type of thing.
That's right. Yeah. And, you know, I you know, even just saying that kind of leads into very much the focus. You know, in terms of this book, who would you say is the ideal reader, you know, for it? Like, who needs to have a copy of this book? You know, without naming names, mind you.
Everybody, but everybody needs a copy of this book.
That's
Everybody.
right. Yeah.
Everybody. But there's some idea, you know, you got to look at yourself. And the book is for those who mainly feel unseen in where they're at, right? Even a room full of applause, but they don't feel like they're being their true self. So it's for the executive who's always asking themselves, is this all there is? Like I've seen, I think it was Will Smith. I go back to Will Smith. He had a really good analogy about this. So he said, man, I've been at the top of the top of the top. There's no more, movies I can make. They're going to be probably exceed what I've already done. There's no more houses I can buy. There's no more cars I can do. So my experience now, when it comes to that, I have to ask myself, is this all that there is, right? So this book is kind of for those kinds of people who have to ask themselves that, like, what else is there? And when you think about that, you say, have I really kind of lost myself along this journey? Like, am I aligned now? So it is definitely for the rising professional, the career professional, the business entrepreneur. But you want to lead with meaning, not any kind of mimicry. You're not just mimicking the role. You want to actually lead from our authentic self with meaning. So it's for the human beneath the hustle. That makes sense. And for right now, I think human beings are starving for authentic truth. They are the authentic truth. They can insert themselves into the center of reality. Artificial intelligence is a big buzzword now. Is people think it's going to replace them. So you're going to put something artificial into the center of reality. You got to wake up, people, and understand where your place is, right?
That's right. I mean, and I also think as well, just homing in on adding to that point you've made, we've got to do more with AI than just asking it to create emails, which is what people, speak about most. I mean, yes, I get that, but come on, that it's so much more beyond that. But that's the bit that we really do need to be embracing, its capabilities, more so than anything else. And another thing as well, a couple of other points that you've raised as well, like you say, that inserting yourself into the story, is really, really important. So my next question, kind of leading on from that, how has your own journey, your own story, personally and professionally, influenced, the creation of the characters in the book, and also like that guiding voice?
Why did I know you're going to ask me that? And I'll share another little thing, a little secret that me and Sheridan. There's a second book, right?
Yes.
Well, we felt like, all right, we have the first book, we can get out there. The second book is going to be more, well, it's about me on my authentic journey through life up until this point where I'm at now, that I infuse the Brave framework, into that and begin to see that, because I use it as a teaching tool. But everybody's journey, their life is a parable of sorts. Then how do you look at it genuinely, and respond to that? Now, in this particular book, the guide is myself. Now, the guide has grief, loss, wins, failures, and the realization that it's a responsibility of giving back. Understanding that, and I don't want to give everything in the book away, but you got to read it. That you have to understand that every cave, every mirror, every mountain in the First Light book comes from something that I have actually lived through. So every boardroom, every hospital room, I've seen what happens when leaders disconnect from their very soul of what they're trying to accomplish. So the characters are born from those that I have served, from the man I had to become after losing my own father, right? And that became the voice in this book. And it's the one I needed when I was lost. And I want to be able to share that with others that might be on a similar journey to get back to purpose and what that purpose is about, and to manifest that purpose as a legacy for yourself.
Yeah. I'm really sorry for your loss, and I really resonate with that. It really just hits home, just even personally. And, just talking about being authentic, quite recently, I was, working on a book project, a ghostwriting book project with a client who sadly passed away. It was so untimely and so shocking. And, I had to take some time out of my own business because I wasn't prepared for that, and the more that I spoke to, the team about it, it was affecting them in just the same way, and you don't realize, these personal instances. I mean, this client who walked through the door with, present company is the exception here, was probably the most vibrant person I've never met, come through the doors, that was so excited about this project, and I will fulfill it, just based on that reason, alone. But, speaking about emotion, what sort of emotion or realization, I would say, would want the reader to take away after reading First Light?
That's a great question. You think about feelings, right? And I want you to feel, a sacred remembering, or I would say a powerful realization that their thunder, their voice has never left them. It's always been with them. They have maybe forgotten it over time. I often talk about, when you're young, especially very young, and you see a child play, they are solely and completely manifested in their imagination. And it's fully real for them. And they can enjoy it morning, day, and into the afternoon and into the evening. Just remember, and they know exactly who they are, and they know exactly that they're being cared for. They're fine. They're not in a state of fear. So we kind of bury ourselves over time in fear, in the noise, and it's just buried there. We forget who we are at our core. I want people to remember that, who you are at your core. So if one person closes the book and says, I remember who I am, and I'm ready to lead from that truth, then First Light has done its job, because that's not just a realization, it's the beginning of a revolution of who you are at your core, that you can now go forward and manifest on a daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly basis.
I agree. And like you said earlier, that progression never ends, even when you've reached the ultimate, if you think that's where the buck lies, there's something terribly wrong with the story here, and it needs adding to, honestly. That's what life entails. Really, that's all my questions, Grant. I've really appreciated the time we've had together today.
Yeah, no, without
so much.
And to your point, yes, the book is going to come out around Labor Day. So what we're targeting, we felt that's a good transitional point right before we get into the holiday season. But it's the harvest time, right? I look at that Labor Day as being the harvest time, where we can look at what we've done the whole year. I think it's a good time for self-reflection, realization, and kind of where you're at in your journey. You can really think about those things. But I'm really, first of all, thank you for taking on the project, you and your team. I'm very excited. We're starting to get momentum.
Definitely.
As we go forward. And I'd be remiss. People got to know about publications. Tell us just a little bit about your company, what you're doing, and how they could take and bring some projects your way.
Yeah, well, just like, the journey you've been talking about in terms of the book. And that's why, I'm so delighted that we are here where we're at with it, to be honest, because, when we first started talking about the book, we were talking briefly about my journey and how it's changed. We had a different company name at the time. We were a lot newer than we are today. But even back then, we were, making waves within the industry. And we obviously had the substantive experience behind us. I mean, we really worked hard to have the experience to be able to do this, in that space. And as I mentioned before, that journey never ends. We've now got a new company name, we've rebranded, and from all the positive feedback I've received, it appears to be very successful. I think it's been successful, but I rely on that feedback, from our community. And Re-Inc is going through a wonderful period of change at the moment, that is very much well needed, where it sort of suits everyone. And, as what we've been serving the, indie space for a very, very long time. And it's really nice to say that we are phasing in, the traditional space as well, so please do get in touch if you want to find out about further information. If you want to be published by one of the greats, and you want to, you're really serious about it, and you feel that you should be given that credence, to be honored and blessed by working with one of the traditional publishers, please do get in touch, to find out more information about how that can work for you and how we can assist you to make that happen and get your manuscripts ready and in time and to the right contacts within various.
And you are in London, England.
Yes.
Everybody knows that you're in London. You were born there, or you raised there?
Yes. Yes, I had to think for a moment because I'm quite cultural, going back to our ancestors, etc. But I was born here in London, and and was brought up within a West Indian household, so that's what I resonate with quite a bit. And I think the common complaint for most Americans is that when they look at Black people in London, they're always reminded of the Caribbean, because unfortunately that's where we came from, it's where our ancestors came from. So that's our that's what we had, in terms of our experience. But I'm here in London, but we also operate from out of America, as you know, and that gives us that international space, and we're able to operate anywhere. We make it happen. And as you know, we work for a very diverse crowd, and we're bringing in new services, and we are taking our time about doing so as well, because once they come in, they're very much here to stay. And I look forward to bringing that in the near future.
Excellent. Well, I tell you, we thank you for being on the Black Business Network. Now, you've won 2 gold medals. You're going for a third.
Thank
right?
you. Yeah, with you as well.
I definitely do. But it is a competitive platform, and you compete with another 145 other speakers, and you've earned the right. So before I let you go, you gotta tell us how to contact you, your website, that type of thing, so they can say, hey, I want to get a book published. Where do they go?
Definitely. Sure. So the website is it's www.reinc.art. Okay, is the website, and Re-Inc Publications is the website. .art is the website, and also to contact me via email is inc@reinc.art.
Got it.
Okay. And you can find me on all platforms. I'm on LinkedIn, either in my name or put Re-Inc Publications in, and you'll Google me. I did the other day. I was frightened to see what I saw. All that information.
Like how Google sees you. That's very important.
It is. It was very positive. I'm pleased to
definitely, I can see why that's the case. I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network. Genius is common, and I'll see you.
Thanks for having me
on the other side. You're welcome. All right. She is a wonderful soul. I want to thank everybody for tuning in this morning with me. I'll be back tomorrow from 8 to 12 Eastern. So come on in and experience more of Grant McGaw on the Black Business Expo. The Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That is $USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you may register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So please donate to the scholarship fund. and help students achieve their dreams. Special thanks to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2025. They include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative for Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, 5-Star BDM, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you all on the other side.
What if leadership wasn't about titles, but trials? What if your breakthrough lay beyond fear? In First Light, the brave path to authentic leadership, embark on a journey of courage, truth, and purpose. Face the wolf, hear first thunder, wield the sword and shield. This is more than a book. It's a calling. Are you ready for First Light?